All right. You're downloading Arknights again? How many gachas do you play? How do you live? Living well. Oh, hold on. Take your sunglasses off, Maldy. There we go. All of them? I mean, if you play, there's probably a critical mass of gacha games where if you play enough of them, you don't feel any need to spend money. Because you're probably always getting, like, free pulls and stuff, you know? Everything should be 100% now. Oh my god, that skipped it immediately. That was really fast. Holy crap, that was fast. I wasn't expecting for it to be that quick. Set up a couple more mods. Just really quality of life mods, more so than anything. What is this Gunlance mod too? Just look at the damage we do. First, let me show you kind of what the weapon looks like. It's all green sharpness, right? I have 300 stat sheet raw. Which is okay, you know. It's an okay amount of raw. I don't know. I feel like season passes are okay. I feel like it's, you almost like want to get like an agreement among players not to whale. I know it's impossible, but like game theory wise, everybody should just have like an agreement to be like, we're only gonna get the season pass. Just because it's like, it can be really dangerous to get people like that heavily involved in what's essentially gambling. It could be really dangerous. I mean, some people can afford it, and it's like, whatever, recreation. Saying gacha players should unionize? I don't know that union is the correct term, but for lack of a better one, sure. I guess ultimately the people that can really afford to gacha don't care. The real whales. Apple, but hello, good morning. Let's do this again. That's okay. We've been doing okay. The platform I'm playing on, I am on PC. Which, you know, if you just look around the screen a little bit, you'll start seeing things like, hey, that doesn't look right. I mean, I'm always okay, Andre, to put the season pass in. Like, I'm okay with that. If I like your gacha game, you know, if I like the setting or if I think the gameplay is good or whatever, like I don't mind giving you like $5 or $10 a month or whatever. I think it's reasonable. I mean, you know, they made the video game. Like, there's nothing wrong with supporting them. I don't like this idea of like being like, oh, I'm gonna spend 25 or 30 or 60 or more or $100 just to get this one character that I want. I just think it's not good. It's a lot of money. Got a new controller. It's the official Xbox controller. New Thrustmaster controller coming out end of May. I'm excited for it. How does this damage compare to Gunlance without mod? Normally, you would see on the full burst between 39 and 45 damage. It's not quite double on the full burst. In some cases, it gets very close. Now, to be fair, my melee damage is, you know, less. I don't want to say a lot less, but it's less than it would be otherwise because it's built around green sharpness with no crit. So, you know, we don't have white sharpness. We're not critting. So we're losing a lot of damage here. I mean, granted, we're using bludgeoner, so it's kind of like we've got blue sharpness. Kind of is how the math works out. It's close. But then, you know, the shelling makes up for it. And the shelling really does make up for it. I mean, that's good damage. I mean, you do the math, you know, what's 73 times 7? It's a lot of damage. A lot of troops coming out. I mean, Chameleos is one of those monsters that is particularly weak to true damage. His hit zones are pretty bad. Hit zones are among the worst in the game. All right, really big damage number, though, is Wyvern Fire is 1 hit now. So you get a lot more damage as a result. Kind of sleep. Oops. Came out a little bit faster than I thought. I was going to hit him with a Worm Stake. Worm Stake's damage is up, too. That's... I don't get a chance to see if it was a gold crown. That's maybe a little too fast. Well, we got through that real quick. Can't even cut. Well, I added a mod that that technically does that, but hold on. Let's maybe adjust that. Let's. Oh, where is it? No frame or animation changes. It's only the damage, and it still works out so that you kind of want to go normal 5 or long 5. Like, shelling levels aren't removed. They're still scaling based off of shelling level, so if you're going all in on that. I mean, there's absolutely situations where your shelling damage might actually be less, you know. My shelling damage is more because I've gone all in on attack. You see the drop rate mod? No. I don't even need drops anymore. Why is Rise actually fun? They did a really good job at making the combat good. They did a mid job on a lot of other things, but the combat itself is very, very good. I might want to make my UI just like a little bit bigger. I have my UI, I made it real small. I thought he was about to tongue me. Small like my Pepe? I mean, small as my Pepe is. I mean, this is really small. I mean, this is microscopic. I don't know. I was very optimistic about the size of my worm stake there. Oh. Damn. I think this is an opportunity to make our UI maybe a little, a little bit bigger. Where is it? Here? Guard reload? I mean, if you like worm stakes, that's what it's really there for. Bring everything up to like 64. That's a little bit better. He's getting ambushed. Gunlance rebounds 40% more damage full burst. It's not that simple because it scales off of True Raw. Wide slugger build? Sure. I mean, long Gunlance has better worm stake damage anyways, so you could use it on that as well. Just if you want to do a lot of worm stakes. For me, I find that a little bit boring. I don't know why. I find worm staking just like not quite as interesting as doing full bursts, but I mean that's my preference. May not be yours. Chaos runs a wide slugger build. That is his priority when he does Gunlance. He enjoys it very much. For me, I've always been a full burst kind of guy. That's what I'm into. Glad they're changing Wyvern Riding and Sunbreak. It's unclear yet exactly what they're doing. My theory is they are nerfing it a little bit. And then you got to use the wire bug pickups to make it stronger. I don't know. Ever since they introduced shotgun slamming in 3rd gen, I've always like, this is the weapon. This is what the weapon should have always been. Still missing the heat gauge. The heat gauge could have been a good thing, honestly. I don't think the heat gauge is completely broken in concept. It's just they are just so afraid of making Gunlance like really powerful for whatever reason. Even though that's like an entirely different mechanic that you have to manage, that's way harder to manage than basically any other mechanic in Generations. You know, it's like they took the concept of longsword, but they're like, instead of it being like nothing but a buff, let's make the weapon weaker to start with, and then give it slightly more damage. It's so messed up because like when you look at the motion values to Gunlance in Generations, you're like, wow, this weapon's terrible, not realizing that they're assuming that you're getting... It's like 15% more damage, 20% more raw damage. If you're using red heat. And then it works out. It's okay. It's okay motion value. But it's very strange. You know, to make it comfortable to use at all, like you're obligated to use artillery. Which in a game with weakness exploit and crit boost, I mean, it's a big task to get people to be okay to commit to artillery. So I don't know if there's a shortcut to skip this timer here or not. Firebug Whisperer 2 is okay. I'm not sure that the Stamina Thief is going to do much for you outside of maybe getting an exhaustion from Hammer when you normally wouldn't. I don't even know if it's worth carving. It's a lot of shinies. Yeah, I guess if you're doing hard basher, sword and shield, I could see it being okay there. Sleep Sword and Shield is fun so far. I mean, towards the end game, it's a little bit hard to justify the lack in raw relative to other weapons, but during progression, I'm sure it's a lot of fun. That's really weird not seeing. Just like it just being like completely gone. Like that entire animation is now gone. It's weird. I mean, it's good. That's 5 seconds or so that we get back every quest rotation, but I'm not used to it just being completely gone like that. It's a shame, you know, it's probably the first game that I could think of in the series that just lets you completely skip low-rank guild and get into high-rank guild. I can't think of any other game that had like the equivalent of promotion exams that let you skip that. Which, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean, they made that choice. You know, they heard a lot of complaints in World, and maybe they were trying to address that in their own way. It's a little unfortunate. I mean, GU low rank hub, like if you do GU only guild, to me it's actually a lot of fun. You know, the unfun part of GU is low rank village. Even with good fire damage, he just does not take much damage, this Chameleos. Like, you really get a sense how weak he is to true damage. Yeah, I mean, you know, if it's your first time through, obviously low rank village isn't that big of a deal, but for me, I've gone through it. I mean, at least twice. Fully. Like, from a casual context, not even from a speedrun context. Because I did both Generations and Cross. I mean, I'm not just going to do Gunlance the entire stream, nerd. We did a lot of it yesterday, if you missed yesterday's stream. I'm still going to rotate around. I just want it to come to people's attention, so if they see me doing Gunlance, I'm doing like 80 damage with my shells. They have some idea why that is the way it is. Because I'm not rotating monsters, right? So it's not, I don't want it to just be like, oh, Shepard killed Chameleos with Gunlance for 4 hours today. I think it's very good content. Yeah, I could do that. Radius. I'm not even saying necessarily it's the best build. There might be some other combination of armor skills that work out to be more damage overall. It is going to be the most true damage, though. I can't imagine a stronger one. Assuming if you want to use normal 5. Well, definitely works. It definitely works. And it's very charm independent. It doesn't need like a really good charm because you're using green sharpness, like lots of green sharpness. So Tigrex Arms pretty much handles the whole thing along with a couple Basil pieces. I still think the mod is a little bit too powerful. Like I would tone it down a little bit, but you know, when you're on the fence between it being too powerful or not powerful enough, I think it is definitely more fun. Feeling like a little bit closer to like what longsword users and oh shoot, what the hell? Oh, I have headphones on, so I did not see that coming. Longsword users, sticky users. Like, and it's harder to use than longsword. Like, that's probably, like, my main thing. Is like, it's not an easy... It's still not, like, an easy weapon to use. In my opinion. Like, I don't know. Does anyone here feel like longsword is a hard weapon to use? Reveal yourself. Because you have so many, like, animations you've got to commit to. Longsword is a hard weapon to use well? Maybe if you never use it. If you're not used to like the countering with the EI slash. Because that's its biggest strength. I feel like the foresight timing was easier in World. I could be wrong. But outside of that, I would say longsword is just stronger in Rise. You have so many animations you can go through, and it's so much more forgiving. Longsword is hard if you've never played a video game before. I've only played Solitaire. But outside of the foresight, you know, with the EI slash changes, just go twice. I wish there was a visual change for the monsters when they decided that they're using their secondary moveset. Quicksheath 3 working right helps longsword be easy as it is. In a way, it's working wrong, because Quicksheath 3 is like... It's like a completely different animation than what you get from Quicksheath 2. Like, literally, they built it in to be different. It would be as if Artillery 3 on Gunlance did something, like, systematically different. Where, like, if you would, every time you shell, you got shells back. Kind of. But I agree that Quicksheath didn't do anything for the longsword in World. Or at least, not enough to really matter. fair shot on shells would actually be kind of neat. What is this, SAEDs? Man, those are okay times to use SAED. My carving. Title says Gunlance rebalance. I'm still using the mod. Were you here 25 minutes ago? Kiss my anus. It's definitely like other weapons are significantly longer. Than Gunlance. But Gunlance is just like specially tuned for this sort of matchup. What am I using here? Okay. I'm okay with that. It's like the one time people read the goddamn title, they annoy me about it. It's like, leave me alone, okay? Just trying to play the video game. Fume, I actually went on my PlayStation last night and did a couple quests just doing SOSs. I'm so close to MR999 on there. I'm like 930, which is probably the best MR to have because like once you're MR999, everybody just assumes you hacked it in, or you just like thought of as like a no-lifer. But I'm so close. We did I distinctly remember doing a Raging Bracky. And us being down 2 carts, like, before he even went into the volcano area and being very spooked. Oops. I guess that tail is a hitbox. Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever get all achievements in World. I guess someday, though. Well, the nice thing about PS4 is it feels fairly active, like... There was a lot of Japanese players there still doing special assignments and stuff, so either people are still picking up the game on sales, or people are playing through his new characters. I don't really know what it is. Chaos, good morning. It's kind of interesting because, like, I'm not really used to seeing Monster Hunter on, like, a big screen. Like, I play so much of it on, like, you know, relatively small computer monitors compared to, like, a 55-inch TV. I mean, there's definitely people on PC. It's just, I don't know. If I'm sitting on the couch, I don't really want to load up my PC. I don't know, just the game looks really, like, even though I've played the game so much, it just looks like a little bit different on a TV. You know? It's like more cinematic or something. You don't plan on getting PS Plus again? I mean, why would you? I mean, I guess the PS Premium membership is going to be $120 a year? Which, I don't know. I guess that's cheaper than Game Pass Ultimate. But they haven't really said exactly what games are going to be on there. If the emulation's actually good, I would consider it. What if there was multiplayer for Monster Hunter Freedom Unite? That's like super copium. But what if there was? Bet you'd get it then. Or at least you'd consider it. Almost got out of the way. Let's sharpen. The controls are so awkward going from Rise Switch Axe to World Switch Axe. Like they change like a bunch of like really subtle things, which is like not a bad thing. Like it plays fine on both of them. You just have to know what you're allowed to do in axe mode versus sword mode on both. But you can definitely look like a complete dumbass in World if you're used to playing too much Switch Axe on Rise. You have awful problems going from Gunlance to Rise Gunlance? Well, I don't know that I struggled that much. Valor Gunlance just feels like a different weapon. This is a safe place to be. Could be better. Could be worse. Well, certainly compared to old world Gunlance, it's very different. I mean, even when you start looking at 2nd gen to 3rd gen, didn't change that much from 3rd gen to 4th gen, outside of the weird style things. The world is completely different. Any Chameleon's crowns yet? Nope. Unlucky. No, I mean, I would say if anything, Gunlance feels like it has more commitment in the new games than it does relative to the old games. You know, I mean, Freedom Unite, like a reasonable combo would be poke, 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 shell. Or lots of upswings. HUD is so tiny, more room for monsters. I don't need to see anything. Yes, hello. Where people are coming in, maybe I'll do another Gunlance run. People can give me their impressions. That's really neat. I like the slowdown mod. You're craving the Monster Hunter? Well, 10 days, you'll get a little bit of new Monster Hunter. How does artillery factor shelling scaling the mod? Exactly the way it would otherwise. All it does is rather than shelling have fixed damage, is it now scales based off your raw. So it has a motion value. It's still true damage. The only thing that's unclear to me is how fire damage works on it. I don't know if it's flat or if it's scaling as well. I really don't know. Demo announced? No, but I mean, you could assume. Sunbreak is June 30th, yeah. People that want to sneak a peek at what I'm using right now, let me get my bulbous head out of the way. fairly efficient pieces. You end up with guard 2, which really doesn't do anything. I guess you could run the Anjanath Tacit and get full stun resistance instead. You wish there was an option to skip returner timer without mods? Me too. This is the gun lance. Sharpness 2, non-elemental boost, normal 3. So the idea is we use a green sharpness gun lance. It gives you 10 extra raw, which is like whatever, but then full bludgeoner makes that green sharpness about as good as blue, but then it really boosts our raw. And then that goes directly into scaling up our total attack anyways. So, you know, depending on what you're fighting, obviously I think something that was like maybe a little bit more crit focused could do more damage if something was like really, really weak to raw. But if you just want to see the largest explosions possible, I don't know that you're going to be able to make a better set for this. I just don't know. I guess if you didn't care at all about that 1 point of evade extender or guard, does sharpen still matter? You're going to go through your sharpness relatively quickly. Like, you're going to sharpen probably once a quest, depending on what you're fighting. Sometimes you don't. Does Gunlance bent from Bludgeoner now? So, like, the way Bludgeoner works is it increases your attack power by 10% when you're green or lower. That directly affects your status raw there, which you can't see because Maldy's in the way. Get out of the way, Maldy. So, because the mod makes it so that your shelling is based off of your motion value compared to your true raw, sharpness isn't going to change your shelling damage at all, Break Fever. The only way it changes it is because we're at green, we're getting 10% more raw damage, which means scaling-wise, we're getting slightly more than 10% more raw on our shelling damage.
Papaya April just resubscribed for 17 months. 30 to 45
I mean, this was always somewhat viable. What Bludgeoner does is it makes your green sharpness almost, not quite, but almost as good as blue sharpness. You know, you gotta sacrifice normally a good number of things to take most weapons, especially rampage weapons, into white sharpness and keeping it there. You know, you gotta have a point of handicraft. You're probably gonna have 3 points of protective polish, so that's 4 points already that you're using on that. That could have been used on something else. And for a very skill-heavy weapon like Gunlance, you're not gonna have enough skill points for everything anyways. At least not in high rank. I mean, white sharpness is great. You know, I mean, we bounce occasionally on Chameleos. You know, it does happen. We hit the wings. You know, I could get my Mind's Eye up to 2 points and never bounce, but I generally prefer having the 1 point of evade extender. It feels right with Gunlance. You know, we still have Blast Dash, and that makes sense a lot of times. We still have our Ground Splitter, and that still makes sense a lot of times. But sometimes you just want to back hop. Today, Lord of the Rings Online, people are putting on an adaptation of the Wicked. So, question for you. I had a friend in college that played that game. I think he actually works for the game now. And when that game first came out, they gave the option for people to have, like, a lifetime subscription. Like, they still honor that? People still playing that game with, like, a free subscription that they bought, like, 10 years ago? Was I that friend? No. They do? That's amazing. I'm assuming that's not an option anymore. Oops. The hell was that? stop quickly. They did the same thing for Star Trek Online, didn't they? Sometimes you just die with commands. Sometimes you're just dead. You bringing the boobly out here? You're putting it over there instead, but so you don't have to look at it? Alright. I could put it on top of the refrigerator. If you want. It's gonna get hot out here. It'll probably explode all over the room. I'll be a wet, soaking mess in front of everyone. My shirt might become transparent. They can see my nipples. Is that what you want? Want me to be a male nipple streamer? It's a very convoluted path. You can just say it. Just tell me to open up the OnlyFans. Nipple streamer web. We tried that once. That hit? Barely. Dude, probably not this year, but probably next year is going to be a wild year, B-Sponge, for streamers in general. Twitch is getting real sussy. Allegedly. Like, I'm finally at the point where they strong-arm me into running, like, 2 minutes of ads an hour. But word on the street is they're going to be trying to push people to even more. And, like, give us even less sub revenue? It's like, what even is the point? Like, they're already the worst website on the internet for streaming revenue. Why would they want to go down even less? It's crazy. So we'll see. Do they know I won't leave Daddy Bezos? I mean, it's like one of those things where it's not a problem for them until it's a problem. Right now, because they're the first in the market, you know, they have the credit of having, like, you know, a lot of old streamers, and they've got a good user base, all that stuff. But eventually either streamers or, you know, the viewers that want to watch them will be like, well, we can just watch you somewhere else. You know? No, I mean, well, I'll be honest to you, with you, Fume. I mean, that ad agency, you know, GG Talent Group and now Terapium has been one of the best things for me in, you know, since I started streaming full-time, by far. You know? Having an agency is, like, so nice. You just feel like somebody's got your back, you know? In a professional standpoint. Because otherwise, like, you're on your own, and you know, I see sometimes YouTubers, and they're doing, like, ads for, like, different companies and stuff, and it makes you wonder, you know, like, are they doing it on their own? Are they getting screwed over in their ad rates? Possibly. Probably. You're leaving, Fume? I'll be on for a couple hours. Hopefully I'll see you later. Why didn't I invite Eric to the Finland wedding? It's not my wedding. I'm not getting married. I'm already married. I think his wife is in London. He's doing something out there. But yes, the advantage of having marry Eric. Both leave our partners to marry each other. We got a lot of similar interests. Both used to work in finance. There's worse people to marry. That's what I want to do. Guess I'll just poke the head. Didn't really do much damage. Yeah, no, that wedding's looking a little. Oh, he used to do investments, Chaos. I did lending, he did investments. Yeah, I don't know. That wedding's looking a little sussy. Both people that are getting married are currently recovering from coronavirus, so. And the wedding is in literally 1 week. Any COVID appreciators in chat that have had the virus want to talk about how long it took for them to be normal? You wouldn't go if you were me? I mean, I could work from wherever. Like, I'd be able to stream anywhere in the world. You know, I wish I had my second booster, but outside of that, I'm not too scared. Wife took 2 weeks, still not normal, 3 weeks. It sounds like they should probably postpone. It sounds like it's gonna get it. You've heard bad things about Chargeblade and Rise? How dare you? Chargeblade is a lot of fun. Just don't SAED. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, her husband got it first, now she has it. The question is whether or not their daughter is gonna have it and be like, you know, like the outbreak monkey, spreading it around. So it sounds like if you want to be really safe, right? Like a month. You know what I mean? If you were taking an abundance of caution and you wanted to make sure that, A, you felt better and felt okay and were not contagious, the conservative estimate would be 1 month. Well, I'm not... All right, a touch of Jaffa. Let's throw shade. You okay with throwing shade? Who did you hear these comments from? I want to start talking junk on those people. They say it's most contagious for like 4 days after you get symptoms, Rabius, from what I've read. I'm not toxic. I haven't even said anything. He's a Chargeblade speedrunner on Twitch. Tell him I want to look him in his eyes and tell him he's bad at Chargeblade. Can't remember his name. I wouldn't remember it either! Boom! Was that an attempt to dab? I am a very old man, okay? People just don't want to learn. Are you a speedrunner? Even if they're right, their perspective is totally different from a regular player? I mean, all perspectives are valid, but if you're gonna be an expert, you gotta learn the weapon. Like, I didn't like it at first, but then I took the time to learn the weapon, and I'm like, this weapon's sick as hell. See, like, I just wish he like glowed purple when he was ready. Beef with Rainy? Dude, I've had beef with Rainy for years. He said, Shepard, make a guide on speedrunning the game, and I'll speedrun the game. And you know what? He never did. Lie to, betrayed. Rainy? Well, you know what? Rainy has a special talent. He fell asleep on stream, and within a week, Twitch had him partnered when they didn't partner any other Rise speedrunners, so... Or whatever, Monster Hunter speedrunners in general. I mean, Rainy's okay, but... he's always been like an SAD lover. And, you know, and he misses the days of 4U Charge Blade, and you know what? That's valid. 4U Charge Blade was dope as hell. That was a great time. It was a great time to enjoy the Charge Blade. It's just not here anymore, though. You can't live in the past. It's almost definitely rainy, which is fine. I mean, I know rainy. Do I have a fire build for longsword any chance? Without looking at them, I think the best fire longsword is the worn down longsword. Or hand-me-down longsword. But it doesn't really have much fire on it. So I don't really know what to tell you. I mean, I don't know that fire attack is going to be particularly good on it. So, like, how come he did the double head swipe the other time? But when it comes to this attack, he doesn't do the double fall down. Well, Magdamalo is like a good Charge Blade matchup, so if you wanted to do speedruns with Charge Blade where you did a lot of SADs, like, Magdamalo is the one to do. Rise Savage is fine, you just gotta get used to it. You gotta get used to counter P performance. That's all. That's the only issue. So if you really want to do lots of SADs and Axe Hopper, it's just not gonna be a good experience. No, I mean, Charge Blade does absolutely great damage. You know, there are certain matchups where if you want to build it with, like, the Rajang or, like, the Nargacuga Charge Blade and go all in on SAD spam, like, you could do that. But I think Savage Axe playstyle is a lot more interesting to play and also a lot less frustrating because you have a lot more options. Like, I still SAD sometimes. It's not like I never do it. It's just I don't play like a heavy SAD playstyle because every time I whiff an SAD, like my soul leaves my body. I mean, Chameleos is super weak to fire and true damage, so you could really run either if you really wanted. Literally the last fight was Gunlance. He's a wide set Goblin Boy. I'm trying to do damage. Thank you. It does damage? Okay. Sorry, I'm too much in love with shotgun shelling. It just feels weird to me. Like, I'm just going to be sitting there doing charged shells on things. Like, I definitely don't want to do poke shell or poke shell. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, got another gem. Nice. Do not test me. I'm stubborn as hell because I'm already stoned. I'll do it. Go ahead and do it. It's still going to be fine. It's going to be more damage than what you were doing before. Install the mod. It's like... It's not full-on cheating. It's close to cheating, but... Man, this Better Than Hanging mod is great. Should I even care about carving things? I don't know. Wyvern Fire one-shot is nice. Mod, not a patch. No, it's not. It's not, like, built into the game. Having actual clear times is cheating with Gunlands? Yeah. Pretty low chaos. I mean, if you're not going online with other people, I don't even know if there's going to be anything that's even going to be looking for it. When I use bow or longsword, I actually feel like I'm cheating. like I actually feel like, or like sticky heavy bowgun. Like when I use those weapons, like I feel like I've actually just like given up on the game. That's like my internal thought process. The Q, aloha, hello. Good morning or good afternoon. Not sure what time zone you're in. Sticky releases dopamine? Not for me. At least not anymore. You know? Let's do a bow run just to be like... Just to remember what that's like. Just to remember, like, how some people play this game. Can I just say, being able to completely skip the eating animations, but then also skipping the quest end animations makes me really happy for some reason. I don't know why, just like getting in out of the hunts that much quicker is just like so much more satisfying than just having to sit around and wait arbitrarily. It's never bothered me in any of the other Monster Hunter games. It's just, for some reason in this game, I guess none of the other games just had you sit around and smile at the camera. Right? It was just like quest over and then you're done. Played World but barely, so you couldn't go far as your PC was bad. You upgraded Monster PC. In your opinion, would World, Iceborne, and Rise be a better one to get into this? So you haven't played either of them. And you want to know what to play. Well, you've got 2 months until Sunbreak comes out. You'd want at least a month for this game. You'd want probably quite a bit longer for Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. Which one's better? I mean, that's just such a hard question to say. I mean, the expansion for this game's about to come out. I would probably start with this because that's where everybody's going to be playing for a little while. At this exact moment, World's probably like a little bit more active, but it's not enough to like make a thing over. But you're asking me like, you know, weeks before we probably get another Rise demo, and then 2 months before we get a big expansion. And then you're asking me to like predict the future on like what the player sentiment is going to be about. Damn it. Sunbreak in general, and I just don't know the answer to that question. I should really just slurp down fishes, shouldn't I? Yeah, no, you're going to have to buy the expansion. I think, isn't Rise on sale for $30 right now? Am I wrong? I mean, John, you would hope. You would hope that they learned their lesson last time. I would just get Rise. I mean, at $30 for 2 months, you're paying like a $10 premium over buying the combo pack, and you could actually get started on the game earlier and then be ready for when the full game comes out. World is still an amazing, amazing game, and you're never... It's never going to be a bad choice to buy it because there's just so much stuff to do in that game. But at this point, I would wait, get Rise, and then once the Sunbreak shine has dimmed, pick up World and Iceborne then. You know, people don't play Monster Hunter for the story. I mean, some of the games have an okay story. I mean, it's not like a full-on RPG, but some of them have some okay stuff. Some of the stories are just very simple, and that doesn't make them bad. But you can still become connected to the characters and like be like, oh, I saved the village. I mean, I think if you took anyone that played Try or Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate and asked them, did they care about Muga Village, they would say a lot of really nice things about that place. Likewise, anyone that played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and had questions about the caravan and the caravaneer and the people, if they had any good feelings about saving those people, I think almost everybody would be like, yeah. I think if you ask a lot of people how they felt about the handler, you get a lot of negative comments, but at the same time, World had a lot of cinematics and cutscenes. You don't really kill Kimura? No, in some ways, this is one of the most glossed over villages in the game. I mean, I think we all like Yamogi. You know. She says, I love you, and that probably warms a lot of jaded gamer hearts. You know, there's also probably a good bit of love for the Quest girls, but not the type of love that should be openly discussed on a Twitch stream. So, you know, to me, my favorite story in a Monster Hunter game is, hey, you're a hunter who doesn't know anything. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Go out and get us some meat. Okay, now kill some baby monsters. Okay, oh, big threat. We gotta leave the village. We're all gonna die. And you're like, no, I'll try and fight the big monster. And you do it, and they're like, wow, you killed the big monster. Good job. I'm not a fan of the world concept of like you are like a reincarnated golden god of the sapphire star or whatever. That always felt like a little bit much to me. What's people's problem with the handler? Never before in a Monster Hunter game did you have a character that inserted themselves quite as directly into the game before, but never before in a Monster Hunter game have they put so much story into a game. So they needed somebody to talk, and they weren't going to voice like 30 different people to do all these voice lines of your hunter. So they put in the handler who kind of did the talking for you, and was involved and got a lot of hijinks, and some people got really mad at that. She's not a bad character necessarily. They definitely could have done a much better job of showing her strengths and helping the hunter, more so than being like an idiot that almost acts like counterintuitive sometimes. Like, it's established in the very first cutscene that she has acutely good sense of smell or hearing or eyesight. And then there's multiple cutscenes throughout the game where she acts as if she can't think or see or do anything and almost dies because of it. So it's just like, it's contradictory. If you had like a blind, deaf grandma who you had to keep near you and protect that almost got murdered, people would be fine with that. But because this is a character that's supposed to be like, you know, an A-list handler with extra good hearing and eyesight and understanding of like monsters, who puts herself in trouble a lot of times, it's a little like contradictory. And that may not be what people latch onto why they don't like her, but I could see why that subtly is a reason why people get annoyed by her. I honestly don't mind her, but probably the only character trait that I don't like is she has all these things, and then for some reason, on top of this, she's like constantly eating, which I just find like a little gross. It's just like a little gross. It's like, stop eating. Like, you're gonna get like, I don't know, maybe I'm sensitive because I'm in the United States, but I'm like, you're going to become obese. like you're going to become morbidly obese at this rate. Like, is your insulin levels, like, are they okay? Like, you haven't stopped eating for like an hour. I don't know. It's weird. She takes a lot of credit. I mean, she does do, you know, She does a lot of paperwork, presumably, for you. She sets up the camp. You know, she cooks food for you. She does things. The original concept for her was that she was actually going to appear in quests, and like play a hunting horn for you, and like maybe give you buffs and stuff like that. Maybe even fight the monster with you. And for some reason, they just never did that. But I think if she showed up periodically and just like gave you attack up large for like 3 minutes, people would love her. They even had a whole bunch of weapon designs for her hunting horns. So, I don't know. Interesting stuff in that regard. Well, I think her face and lip sync did get better as time went on, but like, I seem to remember being full-on horrified at what I saw in one of the demos. Like, something about the lighting or something, like she looked like a full-on Chucky doll. So I know what you're talking about, Applebutt. I mean, that was... There was something very unnerving. They, with Iceborne and the Iceborne patch, like, they definitely fixed it up a little bit. Like, it's better than you remember it. But the original face was terrifying. It was okay damage. So no more Monster Hunter World then? What the hell are you talking about? We're literally talking about Monster Hunter World right now. I don't know. Like, will I never play Monster Hunter World again? No, I've deleted it. I've actually refunded it on all my platforms. And deleted all my saves. That's correct. I was actually literally playing it last night. No more DLC? Nah, it's done. There'd be a lot of happy people if they announced, like, Monster Hunter World 2, the re-Iceborne. How do people feel about keyboard versus mouse? I mean, if you're exclusively a keyboard and mouse gamer, I mean, you'll figure it out. God damn it. For gunners, you know, I think it's actually a benefit to use keyboard and mouse. For Blade Masters, it's probably about the same. You know, I think there's a little bit to be said for having, like, analog movement, but you'll figure it out. You know, in theory, crafting might be a little bit easier with keyboard and mouse. There's a lot of hotkeys and stuff that are better there. I mean, it's just like everyone's different, you know? Like, if you've never played with a controller before, I wouldn't say start with a controller in Monster Hunter World. Or Monster Hunter Iceborne, you know? I would not say it's a game designed for mouse and keyboard, but people do it. That's a good combo on Cornelius's part. That's probably the only mod I'd be kind of scared about using, John. Is that true? FP Dragon? Is that what Yakuza Like a Dragon does? That's hilarious. Will I ever try Flamin' Mountain Dew? I try to stay away from high fructose corn syrup when possible. This is the only time people have ever really gotten in trouble, John, with Monster Hunter modding is when they try to add like content that could technically be paid for and didn't pay for it. What if you can't pay for it? What are you trying to say? The amiibo stuff? I've asked Jono that question several times. And he hasn't had an answer yet. I just assume it's something that Nintendo paid for to have like some exclusive content. Am I interested in playing Yakuza games on stream? I tried once, and then I was like, there's so many side quests that are all like text only. I decided not. Me playing variety is a rare little treat. I just enjoy it when it comes around. I like the Yakuza games, don't get me wrong. Am I dead? Yeah. Jesus, yeah. I don't know how people do, like, visual novels on stream, or, like, Ace Attorney on stream, which is basically a visual novel. God knows it's not a puzzle game anymore. How do people even keep track of battlefields when everything's just like a number? I did download Bugsnax on the PlayStation 5 last night. Seriously? Alright. My favorite part about Battlefield was hopping into a Jeep and just driving at people, and then sometimes using a Jeep to destroy a tank by driving into it. Can you still do that? Or is that, like, frowned on? C4 Jeeps are a Battlefield staple. Nice. Getting a lot of gems. I don't know if it's ever going to matter. But I'm definitely getting a lot of gems. So nice thing is... Oh, we've got a bunch of talismans in here. Anything good? So bad. That's okay. I got a mod installed that just gives me talismans for clearing a quest, and I like that. Start doing squats and going downstairs the next day is rough. That'll happen if you take a break, yeah. Feels good not to feed the cat manually. Yeah, I don't know how to modify that. I don't even bother recycling them. No, because, like, I don't have to meld for them. So why would I bother recycling for them? That defeats the whole purpose. You know? Shiverolo. It's my GPU. I'm using a RTX 2080. How's the Gunlance rebalance mod? Makes the weapon fun. Slightly overpowered, but not, like, grossly so. Yeah, you just send that to me, John. Or, you know, if you don't mind, like, upload it to Google Drive and just, like, drop it in the Rise section in the Discord, because there might be other people that want it too. Gus, I felt like that was, like, 3 years ago. Why did it take so long? I mean, you may not be comfortable discussing it. At that point, I would say, screw you, United States. I would just find another country to go to. We don't deserve you. You're hesitant to have it linked it back to you? No permission from the author? The author is Sean from the Discord. He doesn't care. I highly doubt he cares. In fact, he said something along the lines of, I want to go back and do it, but I don't feel like doing it. Like, literally, no, Sean, at Sean August, S-E-A-N. I promise you he doesn't care. I think he's busy with school now or something. Not here. It's Sean April, okay? Almost Sean May in some time zones. Probably actually in Asia, it's probably May, right? I'm pretty happy I never have to go to school again. That's kind of ass cheeks. I mean, I didn't mind it that much, but, like, having to go home and do stuff? Who wants to do that? Like, all the teachers out there, college professors, whatever, saying, like, oh, you're going to have such a hard time in the real world. I don't know. Most time you finish work, you just get to go home. Am I your teacher? I've only ever taught English before. I guess I taught like baby tier finance as a volunteer. Just the MHRise Discord. I mean, I don't know. How many people, I'm including myself, do you know that got a master's in something other than like maybe like a master's in accounting or a master's in teaching and actually needed it for anything? Just feels like it's really not necessary a lot of the times. Like, I guess it's kind of cool to have. But if anything, you're probably going to be putting yourself in a situation where you're going to be applying for a job and you're going to be more qualified than most of the people that are already there. That was a good dodge. That was not a dodge. Tank Mecha, hello. Yeah, I mean, 7-minute commute, like, I wouldn't mind that. I could live with that. The job I was working before this, I had like a 45-minute commute, and that was ass cheeks. Life lessons. I'm just saying the word ass cheeks a lot. You love my content? Thank you. I love you. Baking up hot, meaty loaves of content deposited into your mouth daily. Almost daily. Pretty much daily. We might do a stream tomorrow. I'm either going to do a stream or I'm going to make a video on YouTube. Half hour at most. Yeah, once you start getting over a half hour, at a certain point you start to resent the road. You start getting mad. And it's not a healthy place to be. Should be able to replace and reload without closing your game. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I mean, the thing is right now it doesn't matter, right? Because like I'm only farming Camellios and Elders. But I'll definitely grab it and put it in there in case I end up doing anything else. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have zero context about the real world anymore. Like, I'm getting to that point in my streamer career where, like, I'm completely separated from reality. But, like, are companies really starting to go, like, full-on work from home, like, not going to punish you? Because, like, if that's the case, like, that's okay. Like, I can live with that. Some are. I heard some are like installing cameras to watch you when you sit at your desk. That's messed up. I don't know if I would be okay with that. Anyone getting creeped on by their employee? I mean, if you had a choice between working from home or going into an office and like it was work from home optional, why would you ever go to the company that would be like, you have to come in? I mean, I could see it being like, come into the office once a week. But at that point, like, I don't know, you're going to have a big office space for like what? Like, I don't know. Just for people to show up once a week? I know for a while those, co-working spaces were popular. I mean, I think a lot of companies could probably get away with just renting that out sporadically just to have a meeting place. You know what I mean? Or even, like, you could probably go a step further and be like, we don't have an office space really, but, you know, we'll have an employee dinner or employee lunch once a week just so people can, like, meet up with their teams or whatever and talk. I mean, that would be fine. Or, you know, every other week or once a month or whatever they deemed was actually necessary. Dad can do his job from home, they're forcing him to come in. I mean, there's a lot of middle managers out there who are probably, like, acutely aware that when you could easily monitor 100 people that their jobs aren't necessary anymore, you know? Probably. I'm assuming that's what it is. I mean, as usual, the middle managers ruin everything. And then there's talk about going to a 4-day work week. Apparently that's worked out pretty well as well for all the companies that have done that. All I know in my experience is, for most people, in an office setting, productivity-wise, you're probably not getting that much more than a couple hours worth of work a day. You know? I'm not saying it's that way for everyone, but it's definitely not like, there's almost definitely never like a full 8 hours worth of work in a day. And then likewise, definitely, this is definitely true, like very little gets done on a Friday. It's just true. You know, in lending, just getting people to come in on a Friday was hard. Getting people to come in afternoon on a Friday to sign paperwork, like they don't want to do that. They're on their weekend. Unless their loan is to get money to party on that weekend. Did you get scammed out of your wide Gunlance run? I didn't see it. I could figure one out. I've got a corn popper I can use. You suck. Why didn't he just let me have my water strike? Would you want something with higher raw than corn popper? I'm not going to spend rampage tickets on one meme run. But corn popper is green. It's 30 less raw than what I'd get from rampage. Meme run? I hate to tell you the absolute state of wide Gunlance, but there it is. Thought we were friends? Look, I'm trying to get you to use normal. I'm trying to be the friend that gets his other friend off of drugs. No, it's way too early. There's an Anjanath down there, right? I'll go for the Anjanath. Why not? I have a small Anjanath. Wide is more fun? Okay, come on. Look, I'm not hating. Look, you're allowed to enjoy anything you want, okay? There's a number of you, I'm not naming names, that could easily live off a diet of chicken nuggets and Mountain Dew for the rest of your life. I have more exotic tastes. I need a little bit more. Okay? you know, once you've gotten up to like your 6th or 7th couch, you change a little bit. This is a dog podcast. I didn't say anything about you. We've got multiple streamers like that. Yeah, multiple viewers. Something is supposed to be more exotic. You know, there's a very famous ramen restaurant in Korea. And what makes it so famous isn't the fact that it's got like a ton of flavor or like a special anything. What makes it so remarkable is the fact that when you drink it, it almost tastes like nothing. And they work very hard while preparing this very special type of broth to make sure that it's the most cleanest, purest, almost unflavored broth you can get. And people get addicted to it. But like once you've tasted it, you'll think you haven't tasted anything, and then you start getting addicted to the flavor of nothing. That's normal. It's normal, Gunlance. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense till you try it. How do you get addicted to the flavor of nothing? Dude, I just saw a large creature run past my window. What the hell was that? It's not fully nothing. It could have been a fox. It had fur that looked like it could have been a fox. Long gun lance is normal, but slightly better. Not with this mod. This mod, normal is definitely better. The fox didn't have 2 legs. He had 3 legs. That sucks. Oh, damn it. Had 3 legs? Well, I mean, I saw another one that had 4 legs, so there's at least 2 foxes. One of which has 4 legs, and another one that has 3 legs. I've not seen a 2-legged fox yet. Could be out there. It's gonna be like 1 hit away. It's not pogoing around on its massive dong. I mean, my opinion is I want the foxes to remain as wild as possible. I don't want to influence them any more than they already are, outside of the fact that they live behind my house. Like, I can't not live here, but like I don't want to like feed them or disturb them or do anything to them. Frames? That was the game. We have not lost any Twitch frames yet. Is every several seconds? That might be a you thing. Is anyone else seeing it? It's okay to me. Yeah, I think that's a chaos internet thing. I'm sorry, bud. Got another gem. All right. Wide gun lance. Guess we'll do an Apex Mitsu. I don't think I'm ever gonna use the long shell again. So we'll use this one. It's gonna be a lot more raw. Not Chameleos? What? I swear to God I picked Mitsu. Well, I guess it's gonna be Chameleos that I could have sworn I picked Mitsu. Sundowning early today. It's pretty early. The I mean, really this mod just makes it so that for long gun lance you just get a really good Wyvern fire, and I just don't see myself doing that. 1 minute ad break. There's literally an ad in progress. I can run another one. He just came out. Some poor pleb just got through an ad break, and now they're just getting another 60-second ad break. I feel bad for that. Monster Hunter ad PvP. They had stuff like that in Monster Hunter DOS and in Monster Hunter Frontier. They had concepts. Charge shelling? Charge shelling is what makes wide strong. Charge selling is for long? The rebalance mod, I think, changes it. I mean, I don't know. By my observation. Seems pretty good to me. I don't know if I've got the snipping tool still up. Hold on, I'm gonna have to go look for it. Actually, it looks like it may have given it an extra level of charge. It maybe gave it an overcharge modifier. We're gonna have to look at that. Which did not exist in MHRise. That would be something they added. Wouldn't say it's worth it, but it is noticeable. To charge, wide shells deal 2 hits. Looked like 1 hit to me. Don't really want to walk through that poison if I can help it. Got a fox running around my backyard. He's very distracting. He's running around all over the place. I think it's going to be hard. Ooh. I said it's going to be hard to get that KO because he never likes to keep his head down. Sorry, I'm very distracted. I don't know if we'd ever be able to get a charged full burst. Yeah, Effie Machado. Yeah, it's not something that Capcom didn't like stealth patch it in or anything like that. And don't have any optimism for Rise or a Sunbreak having it either. Well, I'll be able to get a KO with this bug. Let's try and do it without the bug. We're definitely going to get some news, Mox, I think, next Tuesday, right? That's the date. I don't think we're getting the KO. Oh, maybe with him. Play for you, but emulating it on your PC is a pain. Is it not running well? The main branch of Citra isn't really good yet. We've got a lot of resources in the Discord for emulating it. I'd suggest checking that out. All right, I'm willing to give it one more shot. I didn't get a KO. I'd like to try and get one. I swear by the like hipster edgy mod VVCTRE. Other people swear by I forget what it's called. Other branches. Well, GU had problem emulating GU in Portable Third. You shouldn't have any issue with Portable Third. Why do modders have to keep fixing Gunlance and the devs can't? Ichinose. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, I thought Gunlance was fine in World. I didn't have any major beef with it. I think the Fatalis Gunlance kind of sucks for what it does to the game. But it did give you a really cool shotgun Gunlance. Although it would make a lot more sense most of the time to build it for... I don't know, to me, I enjoyed my GU experience. Oh, I think it was Yuzu. Yes. Yuzu with Vulcan felt amazing. So happy Ichinose isn't doing Sunbreak. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go to bat for him. There are a lot of changes in Sunbreak or in Rise that are really good. It's just a few direct things that feel like anus. But there's a lot of like, for the most part, I like most of the changes. I guarantee you, it's not his responsibility that it was made for the Switch and all those compromises that came with making a video game for the Switch and not like a real console. You didn't like GU much? Somebody's looking for that VIP. Why not guard reload? It's slower. I don't know. It's a reasonable choice if I'm actually trying to get worm state KOs. I don't think worm state KOs are a good thing, by the way. I just think they're good to get the KO because that's what people want. Don't I only reload? Do you reload 2 shells or 3 shells with it? I don't really like where he is. Oh, last time I played GU, I just skipped low rank village. Tried no wyvern riding it? Nah, I haven't. Got to go to a workout class now? Why are you sad? Get that exercise. Uh-oh. I don't have a fish. Is GU officially considered old now? I guess it kind of is. Could be streaming again? Depends how long you're at exercise class for, I guess. Old school style. That is also a low-key insult. I don't feel like the Sword and Shield needs a rebalance though, Mox. Honestly, it doesn't. Lateral slash spam doesn't bother me. How many gourmet fish in box for Sunbreak? Let's go for 1,000. Pibby, hello. Frenchie, hello. Please be a KO. I've been working so hard. Did we ever play Sword and Shield like it was through all of 3rd gen? 3rd gen had a slightly different combo, but basically, if you wanted to turn your brain off, you could still do lateral slash forever. And be fine. I'm never getting that KO, am I? Oh no, I didn't have one. This guy's a bastard. I mean, Perfect Rush is still a decent skill in this game. I like how they balanced it. Like, I'm sure there are certain people out there that hate it because it's not like a mini greatsword anymore, but I think it should feel good on a down and not be spammed otherwise. Watched the Camellios fight in 4U this morning? Oh, and that's an old VOD. Yes! We did it! That was a lot of work. That was not worth it. That's what wide gun lance is for? Hooray! Oops. Oh! Alright, that's kind of a cool finisher. It's not easy on Camellios. Watch those when I'm not live. Yeah, the archive's a great work. Dean's life may be made a lot easier soon if I ever decide to go to restreaming to multiple platforms. I guess in theory it would be. Oh. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Twitch decides to do this month or next month. Scary. Concerning, at the very least. So the way it works, FP Dragoon, I could actually show you because I have it up right now. Rather than being fixed damage, the damage you deal is a motion value based off of your raw damage. Oh, Maraxis. Thank you. 20 months of Prime. Appreciated. Thank you for all of Jeff Bezos' money. And so if you want to maximize your shelling damage now, you basically kind of ignore crit and you just go all in on true damage. So like I go for green sharpness on the gun lance. I know Maldy's in the way. Hold on, I'll remove him too. So think about how you normally build like Charge Blade. Exactly. Yeah, exactly like how Charge Blade impact files work. The only thing about Charge Blade impact files, and I'm not 100% sure what they did. At one point, they made it so that the files don't scale as well with attack boost. Like, it's some weird formula. And this could have just been an Iceborne. And again, like, I could be completely making this up, but it was largely determined off of the base raw of the weapon. And so things that add on top of the base raw and don't influence the base raw of the weapon don't add quite as much damage. And I know that sounds really dumb and overly complicated. But with this, it seems to be scaling all the way. So there's no reduced scaling. It's whatever your status raw is exactly what the motion value scales off of. I don't know how it modifies the fire damage. I just don't. I assume the fire damage is still there. I don't know. I think it is. I guess we could find out. Actually, relatively easily. Huh. It would appear they removed the fire damage. They removed the element. There's something here about element, but I don't I have to look up Google Translate to see what it says. I don't know if anyone knows Japanese and can translate that. Best way to balance element is to remove element. Let me try and translate it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, this isn't helping me at all. It's rather than referring to elemental damage, it's referring to how it works. Okay. There's a translation here. The reaction when receiving an ally's dragon gun will be from blowout to buttocks. What? What does that mean? Alright. What does that mean? You do not know exactly what that means. You want to translate for us exactly what the author intended when they say your butthole is gonna get blown out? What? It means you get knocked on your butt in animation instead of thrown in the air animation for being hit by wyvern fire? I'm gonna choose to believe what I imagine in my head, and you can't stop me. Here's a hint. It does involve a worm stake. I think it's self-explanatory. Yeah, it actually does make sense. The way you described it. But it makes more sense in the way I imagined it. Where's the original Japanese? You gotta go to the website. I'll fire it to you here. There you go. It's at the bottom of the page. So I mean, I presumably that had a Japanese author. Presumably, right? That's kind of cool. That Japanese players are getting more involved in the mod scene. Have they always been super involved in the mod scene? Finally got a large Legambi. How many did it take you? The old blowout. So he talked about butthole blowouts, then he translated into Japanese, and now we're translating it back, and it's being 100% accurate. I'm down with that. This guy looks a little small. Texas butthole blowout is way different from the Japanese butthole blowout. Cultural exchange, yeah. Oh, I don't have a worm steak. Oops. Will we do a wake-up topple from a big enough hit? You went home sick from work today and you're trying not to feel bad about it? Never feel bad about it. Your employer needs you more than you need them, and if they're not providing enough staff so that there's not enough people to get the job done, that's on the employer, that's not on you. Take care of yourself first. Nobody else will. Your employer definitely will. I like how Chameleus acts like I can't see him. Does he realize? This is the crown save file too? Yeah, I only have one main file on PC. Store manager for retail chain? Your employees got it. You're sick. And you want to get yourself and all of your other coworkers and customers sick? Nah, you're doing the right thing. Stay home. I mean, I don't blame them for feeling guilty in the sense that, like, you're kind of sort of trained to feel guilty about being sick in this culture. I don't know why. I don't think most other cultures are like that. I don't know. What's it like in Europe? What do all the European people do? I mean, I'm assuming when you're sick, you're like, kiss my ass, I'm sick, I'm going home. But you got like real like labor unions and stuff, right? I remember in elementary school, like they almost like brainwash you. Like you would get like an award if you went the entire year. And you never took a day off for being sick. Like I remember this one girl, she'd get like a certificate every year because like she never like went home sick. In some ways, it's even worse in the US. So this is going to be horrifying to EU people. What most companies do now is they combine your sick time with your vacation time. So that means if you get sick, you can go home and recover properly, but you're reducing the amount of actual vacation you get later in the year. Can you imagine that? It's so screwed up. When you think about it, it's like so screwed up. You're like, what the hell? Do I know who Jun Togawa is? Is this going to be like another one of those Jun Togawa my nuts? Company has unlimited PTO and we don't feel guilty about using it? Yeah, I mean, schedule, a 1 or 2 week vacation, periodically. And then, if you're sick, just stay home. Get better. Listening to whatever song, she's great. You got it in the Discord? I'll listen to it later. I'll pump it up. I think there's this fear from employers that unlimited time off is going to result in, nobody working, but I don't think that's normally what happens. I think people understand that they still need to go to work. Get stuff done. I think the idea is it's meant to be flexible, like some months or some years. Company is hugely anti-union. I know. Well, I mean, there's a lot of companies in the U.S. If for some reason I ever wanted, a third career, I would probably like to become a labor law lawyer, as much as I hate lawyers. Unlimited time off actually encourages people to work more? Like in that they feel grateful to the company, or in what way? That's interesting. This fight's been kind of ass. Now we just do... How much damage is this going to be? What? You have 30 days off per year, so 6 weeks. And in Germany, you have to have at least 20 days off in a 5-day week. Not sure if I fully... I get that you have 6 weeks off a year, which sounds, nice. Kind of human. Bo always does more than half. Once I finish my crowns, maybe we'll do, DPS offs. Do these little damage races. What? Can I hit longsword damage with wide gun lance? Depends on the monster. Against Chameleos? Probably. Except, against something with good hit zones? Probably not. Chameleos is just kind of like an ass longsword matchup. Because you keep wanting to go for the head, but it's actually kind of hard to go for the head. They're all synced up for me, but I'm on Chatterino. Tail a good hit zone? I don't think so. kind of want to go for like the front leg, I think. The head. Doge Hammer. Thank you for your Prime subscription. Give me a little bit of Bezos' money. I don't want to do longsword again. I do enjoy, and it's probably fake, but like the huffy puff that Bezos and Elon Musk have against each other on Twitter. Like, what do either of them? What do either of them care? They're both like billionaires. That second fall comes down really quickly.
Kiss my sweaty goblin butt cheeks.
I'm dead. I died. Can't believe I died with longsword. I suck.
Not.
Yeah, so I was looking for another video game to play last night, and I looked at my entire PlayStation library, and I decided just to play Monster Hunter World. Is that sad? I just don't want to pay any money for video games. Like, I was looking at all these video games on sale. I'm like, I don't want to give them. I don't want to give you money. That's too much money. Kind of sad. I mean, at least I played something. At least I played Monster Hunter World. I fought Raging Bracky. That was sweet. It's not like I didn't have the money. It wasn't like, oh, I'm so broke. Oh, I can't buy a video game. It's just like, why would I give you my money? That was sweet. Stop it. You don't get 7 couches by buying games every time on sale? Well, if that's not the truth. Well, Slay the Spire was given away on PlayStation Plus, but it's like, I don't want to go through all those unlocks again. I should have just hooked up my Xbox. I was looking at Neo. I'm like, maybe I'll play Neo. But I'm like, nah. You got to be in the right frame of mind. You got to be in like the, I want to have some effort. Do I actually have 7 couches? Well, there's 2 in the room with me right now, and this is just my sunroom. What do you think? It's not 7. 7's a bit of an exaggeration, but I could with full confidence say I have 5 couches, but it's pretty much close to 6. Rich streamer? I'm not even that rich. I mean, there's many streamers much larger than me. I did get a little notification from Capcom that I was the most hours streamed Capcom content creator for April, and that was weird. I didn't even think I streamed that much. I mean, is it nice? I mean, it's a thing. I mean, it's a thing that happened. I'll see if I can throw it up on screen. I think I posted it in general. Did you have my GU streams in April? That was like, yeah, it was like GU in this game. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't really pay any attention to what other content creators do. So, like, I never have any idea what's going on. like, I don't know what's normal. There's nothing to stream at the moment. I mean, you could stream Overwatch 2. I guess. Brian F is a Street Fighter 5 streamer. He doesn't stream a lot, but he gets like a pretty big crowd when he does. 2 people got top cosplay. That's pretty cool. I have no idea. I'm assuming it probably checks YouTube as well. I don't know. Well, I want to have a better run with longsword. That was embarrassing. I mean, so that's neat, I guess. They're almost definitely not looking at the archive. They're almost definitely just looking at the amount of hours that I streamed in April. I checked it. It was like 130 hours. It's like 33 hours a week. I mean, that's a lot of stream time, I guess. I just don't know what's normal. I really don't. I mean, I guess it's all relative. Should help get early sunbreak access, presumably? Don't. It's okay. Just don't. My heart has been broken once. I don't want it broken again. Do they have a copy with my name on it? Yes, do not give this game to this man. Sick gunlets, but I think the mod buffed it a little bit too much. Agreed. Gonna get very early access for Rise PC, but like that's not. I mean, we're not talking about new content here. We're talking about something that had been out for nearly a year, and it was just on a different platform, you know. Yeah, no, it was like a month ahead of time. It was a very long time ahead, but where's the ambush? Coming? That was sick. You actually streamed 152 hours in March? Are you kidding me? What? Really? Huh. Didn't feel like I streamed that much. What do you mean I didn't make a video on Rise PC? I did make a video on Rise PC. I made a whole review video, Not Real Fan, Fake Fan. That's insane. That's a lot of hours streamed. I did not think I streamed that much. I had fun with GU. Well, I was trying to get through GU. There's a difference. Ranka, hello. Elden and GU were the big ones? Yeah, I'm sure I streamed a little bit extra with Elden Ring, and I'm sure I streamed a lot with GU. But I felt like I was streaming like around 5 hours a day. But you know what? There was Strangers of Paradise as well, right? Alright, I guess that all kind of makes sense. used to stream a lot more. I just felt like it was getting a little unhealthy at a certain point, you know? Theo, you gotta do like a new game plus if you want to refight the bosses. I don't think there's any way to make them come back. I think Dark Souls 2 was the only one that really had the mechanic. When you keep a new game plus, presumably everything. The world would reset. Things get a little bit stronger. But, I mean, everything. Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly big concept of the Souls games, of having a new game plus for you to go in and mess around with. I think Dark Souls 2 is one of the better ones. How many of the games actually, like, rearrange the enemies? I don't know, guys. I feel like on Chameleos... Longsword feels stronger. January, I streamed 203 hours. Well, that was... I mean, that was Rise launch. I mean, that's not helping. I mean, that's not... We don't want to do that all the time. I'm not going to say that was a perfect run, but that was definitely a much cleaner run than last time. So is it really just Dark Souls 2 that did that? Dark Souls 3 doesn't have new enemy placement? Nothing? That's lame. That's a little lame. I like it when enemy placements get rearranged. Games like that. Why is everyone okay with this weapon being cheating? I don't know. It's not a very good matchup on Chameleos, though. I mean, it's obviously, I mean, it's still Longsword, but... Is Mod saying you can skip the carver time? Yep. Yeah, I don't know why that thing pops up, actually. I don't know if I can make the notification not pop up. Because I know what the button is now. See if I could show it to you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Perfect. Well, I would say that for the most part, soul level, soul memory, that was a bad thing. They should have removed that with Scholar the First Sin. That didn't make sense. I don't think anybody liked that. If you're putting yourself online, it means you want to be anist. I love not having to skip that fluffy Dongo song. How are we doing on Chameleos? Has it been 3 hours? I guess after this next one, we're going to go back to the title screen. We're at 45 already, and we don't have a single crown. Oh my god. I do, though, Joker. I do. That looks like a very normal-sized Chameleos. He doesn't look very large, does he? Definitely doesn't look very small. Completely average. Feels like that should be more damage, huh? Is that what I get for going Elemental Lance? Punished. You know, kind of like on... There was one monster I felt like. Almadron. Lance felt very nice in Almadron. I don't think the Lance really needs to be rebalanced. It feels fine. I don't know. I don't irrationally hate the slap. Some people really hate it. There's just, like I said, there's just a lot of people that just hate change. The slap feels good. What the hell? What is he doing? Feels bad, man. I mean, your damage is like, I watch Harukin fight Narwa and Ibushi all the time, and like, he's not opposed to poking. We've had a slap in the game since what? Was it in Monster Hunter 1? Certainly Dose gave us the slap. I mean, was it good? No. It was really bad. I mean, they took a move that we've had forever that nobody used, and they made it good. How's that a bad thing? That's a great thing. You don't like the execution? I agree. It can be a little awkward to push whatever button you're using, triangle and circle at the same time, as often as you are. Charge slap, used in world because it was faster than the poke. You would like do a turnaround spin for a combo ending. Sometimes charge turnaround. No one knew how to slap because nobody used it before. How is that there? I mean, that's a them problem. I mean, is it better than poking? Yes. Is it significantly better than poking? I don't know. I guess I've never really compared the damage times or checked the DPS meter against a training dummy. What Lance desperately needed and what it got is a higher commitment move that is harder to land, that deals good damage. I actually probably should have slapped there, shouldn't I? The shield charge is pretty good, yeah. It's like the saddest range. That shield charge, gotta run. Let's now have the mod works out. I probably won't be using it until tomorrow or Monday, whenever I stream next. Because it's gonna be oops all Camelios, and he's already given me stuff. $180 hours in March. It's so many hours. Strangers in Paradise and Elden Ring. That's the only reason I stream them, which is no way. I mean, that's still okay damage. Is that cope? That looks like okay damage to me. 60 damage per poke. How quickly they come out. On Camelios, specifically. Oh, the triple poke? That would make Element so good. I think that was the intention. Here comes Anjanov. Coming rumbling in. If they brought it back, but it was really fast without hit stun, it would actually maybe be okay. You know what I mean? I don't even know what styles were okay. I mean, Adept probably, and Striker obviously. Most people used. Oh, apparently they undeleted PogChamp Chaos. So I want to re-add that. That's the only real, it's the only Pog emote I really enjoyed, but it's like a classic. I can check. I'll see if it's on Franker Face Z right now. Bussers is probably not coming back, and I don't know why. don't see it. Maybe it's on Better Twitch TV. Oh, he's there. He's back. I have to delete an emote. Hold on. What can we get rid of? Something has to die. Why is Shrug there? Does anyone use this? I have never seen this before. Does anyone care about that? I've got a couple here that could go away. This one can go away. No, I've never seen anyone use that. Alright, never mind. We're good. Alright, give it a minute to update. Pog Jump should be back. I love that emote. I don't care if anyone else likes it. I like it. We don't have a fire insect glaive because almost all the fire insect glaives are S tier. Can I add Peepo Talk for when I go off about highways? Maybe. I don't see it. No, it doesn't show up when I search for it. Oh, there it is. Is it just like a little guy just like talking? Alright, not gonna lie, it's kind of dumb, but I'm gonna get rid of what is that? I'm gonna get rid of Shrug, alright? No. Alien Please is great. What the hell are you talking about? Alien Please is amazing. We have 2 Booba emotes. I could get rid of one of them. They're exactly the same. Alright, there we go. Alien Priest is amazing. Been playing Monsters since Stream Night. Know how to use Insect Glaive? Why not? Get more emotes? I have literally Better Twitch TV and Franker Facey are maxed out. And I've been subscribing to Better Twitch TV for like 4 years. I've got 100 emotes. It says Busser is there. Does it not work? My channel says it should work, but yeah, I don't know. It's on there. I don't see it. They must have like a global ban on Bussy. Really. Really upsetting. Frankly unfair. The Rathalos Insect Glaive is like almost usable. I don't know. Just so weak. I don't know why they decided to make Rathalos stuff like so weak. I added PogChomp. You gotta give it time. Doesn't update instantly. If Silver Rathalos even makes it better. I hope it does. Oops. Well, that wasn't very effective. Yeah, he does these like little half steps. Don't try to influence the emote statistic. Wet dogs are great. Why did I add that? Who wanted that emote? I mean, it's not bad. It's just like... Why is it here? Like, I don't hate it. There's just so many other emotes I could have added. Why that one? Yeah, I mean, he's okay. He's okay. Almost lined up. Why would my fish already? I want to create a speed eating 3 item prolonger 3 set for Sunbreak where I just constantly slurp down fish. Well, I mean, it's a level 2 deco, right? So that gets in ahead of all the other decos that are fighting for level 2. That's true. If it gets you to slurp down a demon drug, I mean, it's probably at least tied for one more point of attack, I guess, right? I mean, I agree with you, though. At 1 point of speed eating is very nice. I can't wait to get 1 point of speed eating and 1 point of evade window. I'm 100% going to use that in my first playthrough of Sunbreak. Just makes things so much easier. Slurp down fish to actually evade things when you want to. I feel like for a lot of skills, 1 point is like a good ratio to have. Like you're not over invested in it. There's a counter on that move, okay? What is that hitbox? What is that hitbox? I saw a meme picture today. It told me that in 1985, a bear consumed $15 million worth of cocaine. How powerful do you think that bear was for like 10 minutes? Any weapon suggestions in Freedom Unite? I really like the greatsword in that game. Hammer's also extremely powerful. The golf swing is like so meaty in that game. Unless you mean weapon, do you mean like weapon tree? Or do you mean like weapon class? Copper Blaganga hits like abnormally hard. He's also not that hard of a fight, although you do need... If you want to break his fangs, I think you need ice. Tiger's equipment is good in Freedom Unite for sure. It's fairly balanced against Nargacuga though. The crit draw greatsword is really good in that game. Funniest of funny. Yeah, the hammer in Freedom Unite assumes either like good timing on super pounds or pre-planning out your golf swings, which is probably not something you've ever been used to doing quite as much. You back from workout? Well, welcome back. You get sweaty. Does the game look a lot better without like the sparks all over the place? I mean, you see the crit effects, but there's like less sparking all over the place. I think, what did I have in my final build? Copper Baganga Longsword. Was it Sharpness +1? Razor Sharp? Reckless Abandon 1? Something else? Dual Swords first and was a bad time. Yeah, I'm not a fan. 3rd gen is when I think Dual Blades started to be pretty good. I didn't really like them in Freedom Unite. Hone Blade? Hone Blade was not in Freedom Unite, from what I remember. I think that started in... Was it for you? I maybe had Reckless Abandon too. It's a possibility. Purple Sharpness is like really important in that game though. It gives you 1.5 raw. It's disgusting. Reckless Abandon is just the old terminology for Critical Eye. Is Copper the best for any weapon or longsword? I mean, I'm not going to come out here and confidently say it, but Copper Luganga is usually the best. Let me pull up a weapon tree. Is this fun for you guys if I do this? Let's do it. I think for Greatsword, I think the Diablo's Greatsword might have been better. Or there maybe isn't even a Copper Blaganga Greatsword. Pulling up the window capture. Can I switch it to show real weapon? Show real values? God damn it. Well, you gotta do the math. Which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, here's the Copper Blaganga. 1536. What was the modifier back then? 3? 3.3? Nope. 4.8? Might have been 320 raw. But it gets purple sharpness. It has one slot. It's really nice. As for Greatsword, like I said, for the most part, most people used the Diablo's Greatsword. Let's see if I can find it. It's probably under the... Well, you can see for the Greatsword, Tigrex is at 1392. Narga was at 1152. You don't need any other skills there either. Up towards the middle. What was it called again? I should probably remember this. King Artilleriate Sword? 1488. So that was 310 true raw. What is a Tigrex at? $13.92. So Tigrex is at 290. So 20 more raw on the Diablos. Seems like a pretty good trade to get sharpness +1. And it has better affinity anyways. Goes from -30 up to, what is it, -15? But you're probably going to be going for crit draw anyways on it. King Artillery. I mean, they're both fine. You know? I guess it's whatever you wanted to farm more. Farming Diablos horns can be kind of a pain in the ass. And then instead of sharpness +1, you can just eat for attack up large. It's basically the same outside of the slightly worse affinity for non-crit draw slashes. Did Tigrex have any slots? Tigrex did not have any slots. So it's kind of like a preference on like which one you thought looked better. But I do remember having a set that had like attack up large, crit draw, and like high grade earplugs for the Tigrex Greatsword, and it was pretty good. It's not gonna be a bad choice. Thanks for the tips. I mean, we're talking about like end game. If you're going through the village, I'm pretty sure you can get like early Nargacuga stuff. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Nargacuga Greatsword when you can first get it. There's really nothing wrong with the Nargacuga Greatsword upgraded, to be honest with you. It's still a very good Greatsword. What is it, 1152? So that ends up being 240 raw, but, you know, it's at 50% affinity. You'd eat for attack up large, and if you do a combo where you do like a level 3, a lot of times you could follow it up with like a horizontal slash or an upswing, and those will be critting a lot more often. Obviously, they can crit at all compared to the other one, and if you're in matchups like that, it's not that bad. Oh, hold on. I want to go back to the title screen. We're gonna reset our RNG. We've been fighting this guy for 3 hours. Yeah, it's a different game, but honestly, like, once you get into high rank village and G rank guild, you know, the AI gets a little bit better. Think you get banned using Gunlance mod? I don't think I'm gonna get banned. I mean, if I do get banned from online, like, I wouldn't be that sad anyways. Figure something out. Switch hunts for multiplayer. My calculator was in the way of my chat screen, and I thought you guys were communicating to me in numbers. Yeah, it's definitely a lot slower paced than Rise. I mean, and I don't know, Chaos. I mean, it depends if they're using mods themselves. If they're using a damage meter, they would definitely know. It's because I had the calculator dragged over the chat app I'm using, and it's like, you were ending all of your sentences in random strings and numbers. I'm like, am I having a stroke? The answer is yes. Yes. Nice. How many people do you think run damage trackers? That are doing SOS? I bet you there's a correlation between people that do SOS and also like to run damage trackers that like to feel better about their damage that they're doing. Feel a little smug about it. Nice. Safi lobby runner? Hey, I only did that when we had nothing else to do and I was just curious, okay? Good night, Papa. You going to sleep early? Well, early for you. DPS tracker. Wait, I found out that Lance was actually perfectly good DPS in that fight. Stay awake longer if you'd like. Get some sleep. Get yourself a little bit back to normal. I start up early enough. You get a couple hours of stream every day. Saw an article that said 7 hours of sleep is the ideal amount of sleep. And that feels like a conspiracy to me. got to be upwards of 8. I mean, it probably depends on the person. I think the issue with the study is that it was more correlative, where they found like a lot of people that were sleeping well over 8 hours of sleep were, had more depression. But like, yeah, if you've got depression, you're gonna sleep a lot. That doesn't mean the sleep caused the depression. You know? I don't track my sleep at all, but I'm pretty sure I get 8 hours most nights. Yeah, I don't know. It sucks. You guys get to sleep? You guys are asleep? I sleep. I usually fall asleep on the couch around 10 or 11 p.m. And I wake up at some point in the night and then I go back to bed. You have undiagnosed sleep apnea? No, it's diagnosed. I diagnosed you. You have sleep apnea. You definitely have that. Both you and King, like, see if you can get a discount. Go to the clinic together. That's not the breathing of a healthy person. That's somebody whose lungs and throat are in distress. Yeah, that was cool. That was a very well-timed sleep. And Tilgon, you're right. I mean, there's probably not a magic number, but... I don't know that somebody who's happy and healthy and is sleeping 8 hours a night would benefit by listening to a study and decide, oh, I guess I got to go down to 7. Oof. Frames. $7. Do you usually sleep 8? Do you think that was a Chameleos dung? Or was that a Valstrax dung? Cool. That looks cool. Look how much it spins. Man, no luck today, huh? I'm like angry at him now. I'm like mad at the Camellias. He didn't do anything. I think Gunlance is probably the fastest option I have. Overall, the most consistently quick. Not gonna lie, the wide felt actually kind of okay on him when I wasn't trying to KO him for no reason. What am I farming for? I need both of his crowns. Which is really shocking because, like, normally by 50, you would have a crown. But a treat Saturday stream? We usually stream on Saturdays. Sundays! Sundays, you gotta be a little lucky. Kind of bug, kind of stay. I downloaded the game yesterday, Dwarven Man. It's literally downloaded on my PlayStation. This looks like a very normal Camellias. You didn't fit S a while? Sometimes the last couple days, last Saturday we didn't stream because I had a children's birthday party to go to. Does any event quest have new gear? There is a USJ quest that has new gear. Have you ever wanted a water longsword? How do you guys tell the same joke at the same time? I mean, I am a clown. No, but the Saturday before that one, we did our first Moneymaker stream. I'm assuming what they meant by new gear was something you could actually use. That actually hit? Oh. Game, hello? Bull. I got the Diablo's crowns? Yep. I got those yesterday, and now we're working on Camellias. It would be interesting if there was random slow-mo from a mod. I mean, Level Eddie, I mean, what would be the purpose of a Rise video outside of the up to title update 3.0? Hey, this emergency monster that's really hard and gives no rewards. You want to see how I killed it? Apparently it works online, Chilgon, but I don't know how it works. You know, like, there's just no, you know, there's people out there with different opinions on it. Like, I obviously enjoy fighting the emergency monsters, but I'm not under any illusion. Like, I know players just care about getting new gear. layered or otherwise, you know? I mean, even if it's just like a layered nutsack on your head, people will go for it. Do I think live service is better? It depends what you mean by live service. Do I think a game that is continually updated for a year or two with new stuff in it is good? Sure, it's good, yeah. Monster Hunter has traditionally had that. That's like a Monster Hunter thing before it was even called live service. Do I want it to be like paid content updates every 3 months, 4 months? No. No, I don't know that that's necessarily good either. Do I care if they sell layered stuff? As long as we still have good layered stuff earnable in-game, I don't hate it. To me, it feels like a lot of the Rise development came out of a really bad game of Telephone and not understanding why people liked World. But also at the same time, it's kind of clear that like Rise is kind of like the thing in between World and then the next big update, so I mean, can you play Destiny offline? I thought you could. Maybe you can't. I really don't know. Any Destiny players in chat that could illuminate us? I'll be honest with you, I'm a little like confused about what games as a service even means anyways. I mean, if it's just like an MMO, you pay a monthly subscription, I mean, that's a service. That's a game as a service. Destiny, I think, is in some weird in-between area though, right? There's no monthly subscription, but what, they expect you to get an expansion every like 4 to 5 months? So like never stop, right? So like it always keeps going. Like it has like a 10-year lifespan. Yeah, that wouldn't be good for Monster Hunter. You know what I mean? Because the balance gets really out of whack once you try to go past G rank. I mean, look at Frontier. I mean, it's still a good game with a lot of good things, but like the balance was way crazy. No, I think a game that gets released that has a reasonable update every 1 to 2 months, with new things for people to get and poke around at, with new monsters that come out periodically, and then periodic releases of whatever layered armor or dances or emotes or stickers. Don't really care. You know, that sort of stuff is fine, as long as you can still earn stuff like that in game, just like World did. I mean, I feel like that was the best possible model, and it paid off. I mean, it was very successful. The issue with Rise is like they're just so stingy on layered stuff, and like nobody cares about stickers. I mean, some people care. Like some people will use them, and some of them are neat. Like they're fun. A change about Gunlance? Well, so this is a mod that makes it so your Gunlance scales off of your true raw, which is why I have green sharpness, because I'm using a Rampage Gunlance with a Bludgeoner skill. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, World was a massive success for Capcom, so like they're definitely not giving up on the series, and they're definitely gonna try and recapture that lightning in a bottle. But I don't know that the base Rise model is it. Thanks for the, yeah, just type in !mods, and you'll see all the mods I'm using, including this one. I'm not using the Elemental Rebalance mod anymore because it feels a little bit like cheating. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I mean, Rurikon and Gaijin are welcome to it. I mean, Rurikon is of the belief that you don't need rewards for a quest to be enjoyable and good. And like, and I agree with them. Like, I'll play it and enjoy it all day long, but like, that's us, you know? Most players want a reward for completing a difficult challenge. I mean, that's like video games. It's just like video games in general, right? at least an achievement. Something. Something to show for it. Played Rise yet? Should I get it? Wait, go and get Rise. It's on sale now for like $30. It's a fine price. You had a lot of cool, weird events and like a lot of equipment. Yeah, quests that would help. I mean, almost every quest I felt like in 3U had some sort of like a equipment reward for it. Got a little aggressive there, I guess. The thing is like we were 8 months into release and they were dropping like low rank Great Baggy and Izuchi quests for stickers. Why is he defending it when people complain about it? I mean, I don't know. I haven't spoken to him about it in like a year. So I don't know how his opinion on it has evolved. But it's, you know, I mean, it's a losing battle to think that people don't want a reward for the thing. Just because Monster, I mean, and the thing is like Monster Hunter in general is like pretty much always had that. I mean, that's like the whole point. You play the game, you kill a monster, you get a thing. I don't think he gets the reward. I think it's more like you shouldn't need a reward to do a cool fight. And he's right. But the thing is like if you're a, you know, average to below average player, you know, and say Fatalis was the last monster in world, but he didn't give a reward for beating him, why would you ever go out of your way and stress yourself out to do it, other than to be like, oh, I did it? I think cycling event quests was good for maintaining a player base in world. To a certain degree. I think having limited time exclusive quests added a little bit of FOMO, which I'm not saying is a good thing, other than it definitely got more players coming out to play things that they knew they had to play now. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends on your perspective. I mean, I'd go back on the Third Fleet podcast. They haven't invited me back anytime soon. I haven't messaged them like, oh, come up with a new podcast. But if they wanted me to be on, I'd go on. I'm not doing anything. The other problem with time event quests is in the world that came back so the FOMO wasn't permanent. I mean, I don't think it should be permanent FOMO either. I think it should be like, you know, they're limited time for like a couple months, and then they're added back to the rotation permanently. So if there's someone that goes out of your way to get your like your little Santa hat or whatever, you got your little Santa hat, and then you know, after a couple months you can have it again. Because it shouldn't be like permanent forever. You don't want to punish people because they got the game late. You like how you can't get the assassin mantle anymore? You feel a little smug with it on? You know, quests that rewarded people for playing in a group, like Safi and Koltaroth, are really interesting, but at the same time, very difficult for random players to do. Like, random lobbies were just not efficient at it. I'm not sure if those were good. They're good for me. Good for streamers. They removed the stuff from Assassin's Creed. They also removed the stuff from Monster Hunter, the movie. Kind of weird. I mean, some of my most enjoyable times in World, by far, were doing AT Behemoth quests. You know, at the end of base World's lifespan. You know? Helping people get those clears and stuff is very fun, very satisfying. It's a hard quest, and they got the reward, too. You know, they got the layered Draken if they wanted to use it. It was a big deal if you had that armor layered. People are like, wow, good job. You killed AT Behemoth. And you can feel good about it. Yeah, I mean, Monster Hunter at its core is designed as a multiplayer game. I mean, you can play it solo, but its origin was in the PlayStation 2 network adapter, so... You despise Extremeth? I love him. I get why you would hate him, but I mean, that doesn't sully it. If you didn't unlock the layered set from the Monster Hunter movie, I don't think you can get it now. It's gone forever. No, I think we're gonna try the wide set. Extremist test didn't make you feel good, just relief. Well, you only have to do it once. I think you only had to do it once. You had to get that crystal, right? Soul Hunter set fight is a disaster for that kind of playstyle. I mean, I don't think I ever beat Extremist solo with high rank gear. Definitely no problem beating him with G rank gear, master rank gear. I mean, again, like Gaijin's, you know, he's perfectly entitled to his opinion. I love that Elatron requires you to use element, but like I'm 100%, you know. Oh, I did kill Extremith with high rank gear? Oh, that's relief. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that, I guess. What weapon did I use? I don't even remember. It was a hard fight. That's all I know. I couldn't do it naked. No, I don't think I'll ever do it naked. Maybe someday if I spent like a year doing it. It just requires so much damage. I'm happy. I got my Elatron clear naked. Oh no, this is wrong. Think developer listens to content creator when they criticize something? All I know about Capcom is they definitely see what mods are created, as funny as that sounds. They know. Because a lot of times they take those mods and they add them to the game. I mean, you know, one of my first, like, I don't take credit for it at all, obviously. It was probably in the base game files. But I remember one of my first comments to Yuri about the game was, for World, was, I think this game's too easy. I think we need a higher end difficulty. And then we got ATs. Wish you'd be Oil Prince Sheik, you'd buy Monster Hunter franchise. You know, literally an Oil Prince has put $1 billion into Monster Hunter, right? Capcom just got $1 billion, like, purchase of stock from some Saudi investment fund. Thank you for the stream, you're very welcome. Did you guys not know that? No, I actually... It was right after Microsoft bought Blizzard Activision. I said to myself, I'm going to buy a bunch of Capcom stock. A bunch of extra Capcom stock, actually, just in case. And I kid you not, within like a month, a bunch more that Saudi investment rolled through. Who's probably thinking the same thing that I am. There might be an attempted aggressive takeover, hostile takeover. I'm not claiming to be like some sort of like an investment genius or anything like that, but... Let me see if I can look it up. Saudi Arabia's public investment fund acquires stake in Capcom and Nexon. Combined investment is worth $1 billion. So maybe it was only $500 million they invested in. That was Friday, February 11th. And then I made my, I bought my Capcom stock January 18th. I'm assuming it's like split between the two, Dwarven Man, but I really don't know. It's been good for the stock though. I mean, everything's going down now, but my Capcom stock is either holding steady or going up, so I've been very pleased. You're thinking of G-Rank Kuropeko? Yeah, they, I don't know that that was a fun time for them. But, I mean, they did it. They usually do that in most Monster Hunter releases. Like, they come on, they stream with Lance until they get HR 999, and then they stop. I don't know that that would have been fun. Oh, no. You know, really, anti-venom would probably be very helpful here. Just like 1 point. Cool hit. Can we watch Pekko halfway through the grind? They don't seem to be enjoying it. Do I seem to be enjoying killing this goddamn Chameleos? I'm enjoying it. I do want it to be over, though. I do want it to be over. Waiting for the sun to blind me. I mean, it's gonna be like 3 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna stream for another 3 hours. Why can't I even get 1 crown? That was faster than normal, by the way. And I wasn't even using charge shelling. Interesting. Let's do the math. So... It's like 3 times 34 is 102. What's the current meta? Still Narga? Depends on the weapon. Narga's always a good choice. If you're using Dragonheart, then yes, that's the best. If you're not, then it varies. $12 times 7. Huh. Interesting. Maybe I'm a dick. Charge shelling's pretty good, guys. Wide's actually pretty good damage in this mod. They made it powerful. Have I tamed all the crowns? I might see, is there, what does 1 point of poison resistance do? I think that'll help. Am I still looking for charms? No. I have a mod that, like, melds them automatically. But am I looking for charms? I gave up that hope a long time ago, buddy. I stopped that hope a long time ago. I could see it happening. But I don't got any hope for it. It's a 2-year badge. It'll happen before the 4-year badge, I promise. I'm still on Blast Dash, but you know what? Maybe that's okay. At this point, I'm not going to spend an extraordinary amount of time looking for charms. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, my Protective Polish charm is good enough. My attack up 3 charm is, like, good enough. It's good enough. Not great. It's good enough. Couldn't I make a, an Ichihara nut at some point? That's a Sunbreak? It seems more like a bug fix game right now than, like, anything else. Like, they showed off a lot of, like, bug fixes. What I'd like to see, I just care about the end game. I don't really care about anything else. Your charge slash will always reign supreme. What the hell are you talking about? Rage Slash is great. I've literally never heard. It's like the only time I've ever heard. If the end game sucks. Oh, I mean, we'll have equivalent armor to be able to compensate for taking damage with Rage Slash. It's not even so much like is my damage better? It's, do I land this hit? Things are already like mega tweakers in high rank. Things are going to be so much, like, so cracked out in master rank in this game. Rage Slash is brain dead? I hate that people say that. You still got to get the timing right. Still have to land all of your other hits. Feels like it's cheating. I don't know. It's no great sword. You still take the damage. My only issue with True Charge Slash is it makes the weapon feel like such like a combo weapon, which is like kind of a big part of Monster Hunter World in general. A little bit of a beef, mostly, especially in Iceborne. They made it even more because, like, you got, like, the bonus damage if you hit the first hit. Whereas with Rage Slash, it feels like kind of like you're doing 3 consecutive normal attacks. So it doesn't feel like your Draw Slash or your Strong Slash are, like, suddenly worthless. Like, you still kind of, like, care about them. I mean, that's the cool part about Switch skills, right? You like it, go ahead and use it. Don't like it, well, don't use it. It's personal, okay? Don't show people your Switch skills. Don't show strangers your Switch skills, okay? Your daddy giving you advice right now. Don't call me daddy. I mean, I don't know that it's relevant that their first game was Iceborne. You know, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, they're still allowed to have an opinion. And it's obviously it's going to be different if that's their first frame of reference. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, True Charge Slash is definitely way harder to land in this game than Rage Slash. I just don't think it's fair to call Rage Slash brain dead, because you still got to take the damage. You still got to have plans for that. You still have to know which attacks you can tank. Respect their opinion slightly? Well, that's fine. That's about as good as you'll get for the internet, right? I respect your opinion slightly. Well, on emergency monsters, like, you die real easy with Rage Slash. That's spooky as hell. Is it working, Wubby? You need some dinner ideas? Get a pizza. Treat yourself. It's Saturday. Barring that, beans. Lasagna on a Saturday? That's too much work, man. What if I treat myself every day? Then you're living a good life. And you deserve it. Kid said Rise was too hard and he went back to Fortnite. Aww. Anything with the pizza? Nah, you just eat the pizza. What do you need? What do you need to accompany a pizza? Are you like crazy bread? You need bread with your bread? Nah, you're good, man. I'm not gonna recommend wings. I don't know what sort of budget you have. Wings are expensive as hell. Soda? No. Have some wine. Barring that, some sparkling water. Dessert? What, are you going for obesity world record? You're already eating a pizza. Bro, what? You're treating yourself? Yeah, by getting a pizza. Stop attacking you like this. All right, yeah, okay, fine. Get an order of crazy bread, wings, a large pizza, a 2-liter of Mountain Dew, a chocolate fudge brownie with warm ice cream on top, and eat it all. All right? Go crazy. And one day when you're laying in a hospital with tubes coming out of your face and the doctor like silently judging you, I want you to know I called this moment. I am nice to chat. I'm trying to prevent somebody from having permanent bodily damage from some sort of meal that you would like do with like a science experiment. Should have just ate the pizza. You were already treating yourself with a pizza. I mean, look, if your dinner was like, you know, a nice, light, refreshing, you know, Caesar salad with chicken breast, and you wanted a dessert, okay, fine. Go crazy. I want to save the calories and the money for more couches. I don't eat the couches. What do you think? I fill my couches up with like nutritious meals? I actually only eat $19 Fortnite cards.
No.
I think that's a young person joke. I don't really understand it. You've been hiding snacks from Jen for the past 6 months? Bro, this entire sunroom is filled with snacks. I got like a whole box of pork rinds out here. Thought I was on my porch somehow? I mean, that's what it is. Kind of. You're not wrong. I feel like my camera is very close to shutting off from overheating. It's getting kind of warm out here. It's getting a little balmy. Comic tech for? I'm not saying I don't deserve it. Yeah, if you didn't have the sparks, this is what the blood looks like. And the fire effects, too. Oof. You can barely see the blood with the sparks in the way. That was dirty. Use the condensed discharge for one hunt? No. I mean, I really like it, but... I used it a bunch in my first playthrough. Oh, I need a good moisturizer. My feet have been getting dry, Wubby. You got any pro moisture tips? Anyone in chat want to share? I don't know why. Just my feet have been very dry lately. Well, I'm wearing socks. That doesn't really do anything for my skin. Maybe a little bit of protection. Yeah, I put some lotion. I want to know what you guys use for your lotion. Got any super strong lotion? Any of you have like any like armadillo-like skin? Like the doctor's like, wow, like you're part reptile. Use this. Fill your socks up with lotion. See, that's the sort of advice I'm looking for. Cocoa butter? Gold Bond Ultimate? I have some Gold Bond with the menthol, and I kind of like that. Snail Mucus Moisturizer. What? Hold on, I want to look that up. What the hell is that? Advanced Snail 92? Ew! 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 It's 92 snail secretion. Oh! Oh! Gross! Ew! Is it like a vat of snails and they're just like sucking up their... Gross! People People are rubbing it on their face. Ugh. Ugh. I just want to moisturize my feet because one of my heels is getting really dry. It hurts. I don't want to get slimed on. Did I find the answer I was looking for? I know there's a limit to moisture to where I want to go. I don't even have one crown. Not even one. You have like 20, like 17. I don't, does lube moisturize? All right, here's the deal. I may or may not stream tomorrow. Monday, I am streaming. Mana stream on Monday. Tuesday, if I do stream, it's going to be like a micro stream, like 3 hours, probably. This is assuming I'm still going to Finland. If I go to Finland, I will probably be getting coronavirus. So that means I will probably be in Finland for at least 2 weeks. I'm just tired, Parka. I'll lay down. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know yet. Depends how I feel. If I go, I'm almost definitely getting it. And it's not like randomly. It's like I'm visiting people who, as we speak right now, are going through an active coronavirus infection. So we may not end up going. I mean, look, if we're up to me, take the hit for rebooking and parking and whatever, and do whatever. But we'll see. No, I mean, if I go, I'll try and make sure. If we go now, I will 100% make sure I have the ability to stream the demo. That means I got to test out my laptop to see if it can play Rise. It might be like 720p, 30 FPS. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I'm going. I love you. Have a good day, everyone. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye.